Right. Yeah, I have mic.
No, this for the stream.
Okay. So this does not work. Does I have to do anything else? Okay. Let me check. Okay. Let me try. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. We have a very exciting lineup for the afternoon session. So first we have Anantu from Debian team to talk about Herculean task of OS maintenance, Debian rate. Anantu, stage is yours.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the intro. I hope everyone can hear me. So first of all, the name sounds a bit fancy, but the talk is not going to be anything like that. The name is stupid, like because of me naming it myself. It's not ChatGPT or anything. That's how it looked. Right? So if you don't know what a Herculean task is, it means something very difficult or near impossible task. So if you have worked with OS maintenance before, you'll know that not just Debian, any OS maintenance can be very tricky. So this is more of a not just Debian specific. I'm talking in Debian terms, but it's more or less the same with most OSs, I think. And I think it should have been a longer talk because there is so much things that I to talk about, but I initially thought, okay, there's not much to talk about, so I opted for a 20 minutes talk. Should have been longer, so I'm going to skim through things, speed run everything. So yeah, let's go. Right. So we at Debian care a lot about free software and licensing and all that stuff. It's most of what we do at Debian with packaging and everything. So this talk was made using LibreOffice, of course, and it's no copyright violated. Okay. So who am I? I'm Anantu, but people know me much more as Weeping Clown in most communities. So if you ask someone who is Anantu, they might not know, but most people in communities know Weeping Clown. So, and I'm a Debian developer, which means I'm a member of the Debian project, and I currently work as a product engineer at UST in India, Kerala. So just some simple things I copy pasted for 2-3 slides. We have so I'm going to talk about OS maintenance. So I just want to give a quick intro about what an OS is. So an operating system is just like a base set of softwares that you can, it's like you need the bare minimum you need to run things. You all know, pretty much everyone is an engineer, so just put it for the show, And then we have Debian. So the Debian project itself is a non-profit organization, more or less. We are a collection of people, technically, and our entire philosophy is so that everything should be free, more or less. And we create free software, and the thing we ship is the Debian OS, and it's like fully free. And we come to this. So the FSD in the title, it is Debian free software guidelines, and we have the Debian social contract. So these are there are some base fundamental things we abide by in Debian, and this is one of the most important things. So when it comes to some people might know about Debian,
So
but
jump right in.
everyone knows about open source.
So it will be
source,
a very quick introduction to Kafka,
guidelines
then
were
we'll fall through
basically
Flink.
taken from the
And
Debian
today my
software
focus
guidelines
is
Debian
Python.
social contract.
As a
I think
Python
more of
data
a generalized
engineer,
version of that.
how do you do all these things?
Debian basically says that everything should be
So quick
free. We have a
refresher
few
on
guidelines, and
Kafka.
Debian will be
It's
always
a
be free,
streaming storage
and
system
we should be
analogous
to everyone.
to a
There's some
database
things
where
like
the
that. You can check
abstraction
it
is
out.
a table,
The core
analogous
values we
to
abide by.
Hadoop where the abstraction
And
is a file.
it's
For
generally
Kafka,
adopted by
the abstraction
and
is
we
a law file.
people call us
A file
sometimes
on
call us
your
the
disk,
gatekeepers of
which is
software
a
because
distributed
everything
commit
is
log,
shipped in Debian
completely
main is software,
immutable, and every
except
single
a
message gets
particular
added
exception
at
with
the end of
non-free
the file.
firmware that we
And all these
need to
messages are
run
numbered
stuff, so we
using
put users first in that regard.
index or offset.
And
The addition happens at a
so
big O1.
why people use Debian? It's like
It's like
Debian is
super
first
duper
of all
fast.
entirely free.
The
Free
extraction
access free
happens
there.
at big O log n.
And as in
like
freedom.
maybe
So
not together,
it's
close
like
to
people who care about freedom and privacy and all this stuff tend to flock to Debian. Then it's fully stable. We have a stable release every more or less every 2 years, and it's we don't once we have a stable release, we don't really break anything in the stable anymore. So people who run servers, a lot of other things, they keep using it. And it's of course it's the secure part needs a bit more explanation technically, because we have a security team working for fixing things in Debian whenever we get a security vulnerability or CVEs or stuff. uh, it's more complex, but just keep in mind that it's pretty secure and user defined. What I mean by that is like we care about users first. So Debian is basically built by volunteers. There is like no core entity deciding anything. People flock together. People decide what we want. Like it's a democracy. So whoever comes to like do whatever work, the person who does more work gets more say. That's just a normal thing. So and I mean, you could argue that some people say that okay, we don't use Debian, but then they are working, they're running Kubernetes, VMs, a lot of stuff, and pretty much everything uses in container images, servers, everything across the world more or less uses Debian. And if it's not Alpine, then it's Debian. It's mostly Debian. In most cases, there are exceptions, of course. So yeah, we get to the core points. As I mentioned, this is going to be a speed run sort of, because we don't have a lot of time. I will just try to keep track of my time. Yeah. So building an OS is hard if you have ever been there. So it first needs okay, what is this OS going to be? So there is a lot of OS that we use. There is proprietary Windows. There is Mac OS, which companies love to use. Debian, of course, there is Ubuntu, Fedora, a lot of things. So each one has their own values, their own ecosystem environments. So there are some things that make each OS different, and so we have to define what makes this OS this particular OS, and then it comes to like what sort of thing. So if you go select some Debian uses dpackage and apt as package managers basically, and so there are core tool that each OS use, and it's like some use yum, I don't know, like pacman. So it's one big part of building an OS. You have to have a particular set of things that work as the base of this operating system. Then of course an OS, as mentioned earlier, is just it's just like you need only the base functionality to have an OS, but then we extend that functionality by adding more things. And how it mostly works is like packaging existing software for to work with this particular distribution. Each OS or each community follows their own patterns. So Debian, we do apt packaging, we do .deb packages, and it's quite infamously hard, but there's a lot of things involved, but it's pretty fun when you get there. And so when it comes to Debian, at least we have a big thing. It's policy compliance. So it goes back to the definition part. We define Debian as a free software. And so whenever we have a package or whenever something happens, we have to make sure that, okay, this software is entirely free and we can ship that in Debian. So we do that by license reviews, copyright assignments, or that things. We check everything and make sure that, okay, we can ship this in Debian and it's entirely free. And yeah, it's like when you have an OS, of course, you have to keep maintaining it. Otherwise, it's like just a one-time thing. So the continued maintenance, security support, when, of course, like people love to report CVs for every random thing these days. And yeah, so there is a lot of security issues. Have to take care of that. LTS, long-term support. So some stuff like this. So these are all part of building an OS. But then we get to the challenges. It's a bit, yeah, I guess you can see it. So you don't have to like care about the exact things I listed. It's more for me than you guys. It's so at least when it comes to, so I'm going to talk more in like pretty much in Debian teams. So sticking to core values means, so if we as Debian ever start like shipping non-free software, then our base definition of shipping being a free software, like a free software OS or anything like that, it goes away. So we are not Debian anymore. So that is something we have to always take care of. We need to make sure that everything we ship is free. People we put the users first, things like that. So that gets like significantly harder. The more you grow, the more users you have, and the the larger the community is. So we'll get back to that. So license review, being when you ship only something that is like free, you have to always make sure that it's free software. Like if you take open source OSI licenses, for example, like there are some licenses that is not actually free software, but like OSI allows them. So we have to make sure that okay, this license, or maybe this is GPL or this particular license. So there is people sometimes like to make up their own licenses, which sometimes creates a lot of issues. The more common licenses that we know are GPL3, GPL2, Apache, or MIT, Expat, anything. Those are mostly fine most times. I mean, we still have to make sure that each file is fine. There is no problems with like the licenses, but like then it gets to more complex licenses. I don't, I can't remember anything at this point, but like there's things like okay, JSON EB license, a bunch of stuff like that that gets quite problematic. So we have to make sure we have a team specifically for that. We'll get back to that as well. So yeah, the number of packages. So I don't have the graph, but like you could actually find the graph in, I think, Debian Trends or something, that about like the number of packages that grew over the time. So it used to be little. Now there's like, I don't know, like 60,000 packages or something, and we keep adding new packages, and we have only so few people to maintain this thing. So it gets like really difficult. I myself maintain like as the primary maintainer like about 100 packages, and then it's like I fix a lot of the other things as well. Is Andreas in this room? No. So the Debian project leader, he managed like, I don't know, he's the primary uploader of like 1,500 packages or something. So that is one thing. The workload grows and grows once you move forward. Of course, manpower. So we are okay. Spelling is correct. So we are always short on people. So like the work only gets more difficult, and now it's AI time. So we have to make sure okay, this thing complies by it's policy compliant, everything. So people are getting less time, and our workload is increasing. So there is always a shortage of manpower, and people get burnt out. It's a common thing in the open source community, and this is a major issue always. Communication, when we are a large community, it's like if it's two people, you can talk to each other, or via any method. Like 3 people, it gets more difficult. It's 300 people, it gets even more difficult. But like when you have I don't know, like lakhs of users or something, then it's, and we care about everyone's values, and so this gets like increasingly difficult. At some point you can never find consensus. So that is one huge thing, like with any community, that is not specific to OS or anything. If you have a community, communication is a major thing that you have to overcome. And yes, as I mentioned, we are like the users define Debian. So we of course have to give priorities to what the users need. So that's why we included non-free firmware more or less in the main, so that people have an easier time using it, Debian. But yeah, and financial aspect. So we are like, so Debian funds no one. Uh, uh, like even the Debian project leader doesn't get paid, as I understand at least. But so we basically it's the donations and sponsorships that Debian get for DebCon, for example, that we use to run things, and like some companies allocate resources for us to run things. So this, of course, when you have to run a lot of infra, a lot of package building, CI, a lot of this stuff, so there is a lot of cost. You have to manage that, and if you don't have a business model or anything, that is a like huge thing that you always have to keep in mind. Like it could be in a dire situation at any time. Yeah, stability and security. So if you run, if you're an OS that provides an LTS, and you are you are one of the major OSs out there, and you always have to care about a lot of the users. So we have to make sure that every single thing works in this OS, and people can keep using it, because that's one of the biggest features of Debian. It's very stable, and the security part. So we have a security team fixing up things. Like for we don't provide support for Debian unstable, but like we have support for Debian stable. So they keep fixing these things. But then again, it's also getting a lot worse sometimes. So the recent what is it LZMA fiasco, for example, the XY utils thing. That is a big example of huge security issues. So that was the first came to Debian. Okay, not much time. So yeah, we have a lot of work. We have so little new contributors, so it gets very difficult, and the packaging is quite hard. So like we have like the learning curve for new contributors is very hard. So what are some solutions? So I love putting XKCD things in my slides. So it's just this one is called which one? I don't remember, but never mind. This is just an example of, okay, there is a lot of things happening, but like, some people are keeping things afloat. And like, okay, so these are some of the things that we use, like how Debian works generally, most OSs technically. So we have specific teams in Debian that work with, it's like it could be any logical team. You have like GNOME team, or when it's languages, you have Python team, Ruby team, Rust team, Golang team. I am part of several teams. Most people working across several teams, and some people dedicate their time to certain teams. So these teams take ownership of some packages that could be in their domain, and then work maintain that. So the good thing is that when this doesn't put the load on only a few people. So if uh, a team can have like 1,000 members, and if, even though I am the uploader for something, but if I'm in the team and I'm maintaining the package in that team, if there's an issue for this package, anyone in the team could fix it without like asking me. Of course, we do respect the people who is primarily doing all this work, but it doesn't get stuck at any point. As I mentioned, license review. So we have an FTP masters team. So they are basically the gatekeepers we have. They review every single package we put into the Debian new queue, where the new packages go. They make sure that everything is license compliant and everything is free. So they are like, as far as philosophy goes, they are one of the biggest core components of Debian. And it's a lot of work, and there's always a lot of work to do. It's like if you check the new queue, there is always like 100 new packages. I myself have like 15, 20 packages out there. So, and release team, they coordinate releases, make sure things work, transitions work, it's like everything works together. They allocate, okay, so these things happen. Not everything breaks together. They make sure that not everything breaks together. Allocate time slots for that. Certain things can move first, and then like it follows a pattern, and of course the Debian releases, things like that. We have a technical committee, which basically they are delegates. So when we have, of course, most of the decision making happens in Debian mailing list, where we discuss things. There is a Debian developers mailing list. Most of the discussions happen there, technical ones. But sometimes you can't find consensus. Sometimes it's more harder decisions, like when we decided to move to system D, for example, for any system. So like when we have very hard decisions to make, the technical committee can decide like something. Of course, there are ways to override that. Then the communication part. So when we get to like communication, it's all happens in a sync. So the biggest Debian is quite old, I think, right? 93, 94. From then, Debian has been there since then, and we still follow emails, mailing list, and IRC, internet relay chat. Of course, now metrics, XMPP, all this stuff. But it's most of the communications happens in mailing list or IRC, and so like the bug report part as well. Like we like to communicate every issue in the open. We don't hide any issue. So everything happens open. Like the mailing list all have public archive in the internet. You could search up any of the discussions that happened at any given time during it's like from like 25, 26 years ago. It's still there. Uh, and we have like we make sure that these discussions happen in focused manner by having team specific mailing list, or mailing list for specific things. We have Debian user, Debian project, so where we discuss specific things. We Debian devel, where we discuss technical issues, and Debian vote for voting related things, such as Debian project data elections, so things like that. uh, and yeah, we have community related stuff, so that we have a big community. So yeah, always make sure that okay, the people are safe in this community. We can engage in the conversations. Everyone can have a voice, and like nobody is getting mistreated. So we have community teams, and right, we have process. Yeah, we have processes to make sure that like we are always in consensus. So sometimes we can find consensus. Then there's methods like general resolution, where we can propose like okay, these are things. If this doesn't work, then we get your vote at some point. Then like people vote, then we have a certain quorum. Okay, this gets decided, things like that. But usually we don't have to get to that point. Some sort of consensus happens, right? So we make sure that by having Debian policy and like some sort of standards that things work, such as when we build their .NET packages, the Debian packages, we make sure that like APT knows some sort of relations between packages. We make sure that okay, this package breaks with this sort of version, this other dependency, this needs this packages or this much dependencies, and this one can't work with like they have conflicts thing. Okay, this conflicts with this one, and this one has like these two packages are the same files, so this one will take ownership of this package, and when you remove this particular package, all of these packages are going to be removed. So these sort of things we define when building a package, and make sure that everything is like when you install something, nothing else breaks. And when during this building, we make sure that okay, this is it's like the lindian is basically a sort of linear, and few parts basically check installability. It's instead whether the package installs properly and whether we can purge it properly, things like that. So make sure everything works. Mass bug filing. So when we have some particular, when we detect some particular issue, we always like make sure to. So maybe this one-time issue in one package. Sometimes it's an issue that affects like 100 packages. So we follow a procedure called mass bug filing, where we give a notification in the rebel channel, and then basically file the same bug for all these things, so that everyone is aware that okay, this particular thing is going on, and like we have to fix this, something like that. And case transitions, where this is how we make sure that okay, nothing breaks when we keep updating new packages. Let's say we have Python 3.2, 3.12, and then Python 3.13. So when we switch from 12 to 13, there is always going to be a lot of packages. And everything, a lot of things break. So we do this. The release team basically takes care of the transitions. They allocate the transition slots, and we do this way. Okay, this during this particular period, everyone is going okay. This particular transition related packages are going to break in unstable, but then we keep certain patterns and make sure that okay, these are migrated properly, these are fixed properly. So that's what package transitions are for. Of course, like when people maintain packages that are not team maintained, it could get like a lot harder to interact with the people, and then fix up packages, so that sometimes people might not be available. So that is why these procedures are for. There's like queue upload when some packages are orphaned and no one is maintaining it, but you don't want to maintain it either, but you want to fix it. So you go, okay, you are doing this QA upload or one-time upload, fixing some particular thing or updating a version, but you don't actually want to take ownership of the package. Then we have something called NMU, it's non-maintainer upload, non-maintainer upload, where you are not the maintainer of a package, but you want to do an upload. So there is some step called delayed uploads and whatnot, but these are things that you can use to basically make sure that okay, some just like this package as a maintainer, but you are not the maintainer, but the works doesn't get stuck just because this person is not available or anything. And yeah, we have to make sure that nothing breaks when we backport things to the stable version. We have policies for backports, security fixes. We can always contact the security team, put them first, and when if it's a critical fix, we always talk the release team and stuff. So there are some procedures for that. Yeah, more stuff. So when we, as I mentioned, the learning curve is a big issue. So we have something called Debian vendors, where people come and like ask for mentorship. Even seasoned Debian developers of like 25 years still come and ask questions there. So anyway, it's open for anyone. And we have publicity team who publishes like publicizes the things we do in Debian. Have a social team to create a safe environment for all the people we run Fediverse service and things like that. We have Jitsi on our own, PeerTube, Plaroma, services like that. And yeah, the sponsors who make sure like who help us keep these things afloat by allocated resources. So thanks for them. And we have DevConf, which is going to, it's the annual Debian conference of Debian developers and Debian contributors. It's going to happen at France this year. So if anyone is interested, can join. If anyone is interested in sponsoring, you could also do that. And I didn't mention a lot of things. A lot of things are mixed, and the themes and things I mentioned is just some of them. There is a lot actually. Some links you can check later maybe. And this is me. You can connect with me on LinkedIn or Matrix, IRC, and mails like weepingclown@debian.org or weepingclown@distro.org. So this hasn't been long, and I don't think we have time for questions here. Yes, but if you have anything to discuss me about, like this has been short, but if you have thing to discuss me about Debian, I'll be available at the Debian booth or around, so you can always ask me or ping me somewhere. So it's perfectly fine. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ananto. We can take one question from the audience.
Okay.
Do we have it?
What's your Debian developer?
So you said the communication is done by IS. Is there any plan to move to Matrix as Ubuntu has done?
It's like people still like using IRC. I do as well, but you are not forced to use IRC. There's in most cases it's bridge. Debian also has a metrics. We also run metrics, so it's metrics to Debian not social. So we have bridges in most cases for most IRC rooms, and people can intercommunicate. And we also have like custom bridges. So I don't think we will be moving to. I mean, personally, I don't think we'll be moving to metrics itself anytime soon. But like we can still keep using metrics even at right now. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ananto, for the very insightful session. That's the only question I could think of.
Yeah.
So we have slides.
Thank you.
Split screen.
Oh, okay. So can you do that? Yeah. Take your time. Rather just check with the. Is it the speaker, right? It's the speaker. Thank you very much. All good? Yeah. All good, right? Good. Okay. I will this. You can finish 5 minutes before, so you can have a Q&A. Okay. Okay, we have next we have Rachanan from UB Pods.
Yes.
And also Rachanan is an open source developer and focusing on system development. He has been involved in system development of Ubuntu Touch since 2016. Yeah, he will be talking about Ubuntu Touch freedom of choices in mobile OS space. Yeah, stage is yours.
Okay, so welcome everyone to my talk. My name is Ratchanan, and I'll talk about the Ubuntu Touch, which is an alternative operating system for mobile phones, for smartphones, basically. So a little bit about me. I have been involved in Ubuntu Touch since 2016, as mentioned, and so I've become the maintainer of Ubuntu Touch ever since. I'm also interested in web development, system administration, and software licensing. Also, this is the first time I get to give this talk in Thailand. If you can't tell, I'm Thai, so this is going to be exciting. So yeah. So first of all, what is Ubuntu Touch? So it's a Linux mobile operating system. So basically, the operating system for smartphones. Now, Ubuntu Touch is not yet another Android fork. We are independent. So we do use some of the Android components. So we get we use the drivers from Android, and I'll talk about that more later. Ubuntu Touch is based on Ubuntu, obviously, and our code is completely open, mostly open source, and we are privacy focused. We don't track people, and this is a community effort. We nowadays it is maintained by the Before community, which I will talk about in just a moment. So Ubuntu Touch is ready for daily driving now. So we have basic functionalities ready. We have calls working. We have web browsing. We have messaging. We have cameras and stuff like that. Uh, and also we have a thing called convergence, which is functionality to dock your phone to a screen and a mouse and keyboard, and it turns into a full featured desktop environment also. And this is one of the main selling features of Ubuntu Touch. And that allows you to run desktop applications and use it as if it's desktop in one machine. So Ubuntu Touch is relatively lightweight. It can be used on even on older devices. So this means that it allows older devices to receive up-to-date operating systems for longer, and we have a compatibility layers for those that need Android applications, which is called Waydroid. So this Waydroid is a project which runs Android in container, right? And that allows you to touch users that need Android applications to use one. And finally, we have no tracking. Okay, I have to admit that this is not strictly true. We do have our push service, and we we have our own update server. So we still contact the OS does contact our server somewhat, but although we don't intentionally sell off the information to advertiser or something like that. And we don't have the capability to remotely lock your devices if you don't pay mobile phone bill or something like that. So that gives you the freedom over your device. So a little bit about history of Ubuntu Touch itself. So Ubuntu Touch has been created by Canonical as part of their Ubuntu Everywhere initiative. Wisdom, as you may have remembered, in the days that Ubuntu wanted to be everywhere, like in your TV, in your computer, in your smartphones, in your tablet. They get to have a preview in 2013, and then they have a release in 2014 on a number of Google Nexus devices. But before they have Google Pixels, right? And then after that, they try to make their own smartphones. You may have remembered Ubuntu Age, which is a Kickstarter, but although that failed spectacularly or something. So they instead get to partner with a few manufacturers in Spain. So it's BQ and Meizu, uh, if I pronounce the name correctly. So they get pre-installed devices in 2015. Although just a few years later, they announced that they are no longer pursuing the Ubuntu Touch project longer, and so the community has continued their maintenance and development, and so UBport community has stepped up and maintained the code ever since. So the UBport itself, this is an initiative started in 2015 by Marius Skibskard. He's a guy from Norway, really talented. So at first, UB ports is initially focused on porting to devices. So the porting is a way to adapt Ubuntu Touch to run on various devices. That's like when you have to port Android, custom Android ROMs to devices. And so But after Canonical announced the end of development of Ubuntu Touch, UbiPort has stepped up and has integrated Ubuntu Touch code base. And after that, they decided to found the foundation to overlook the development. Nowadays, UbiPort is a diverse community. We have developers and uh, users from all around the world. Mostly currently we have users and developers from Europe, but we also have some developers from United States and in Asia. For example, I'm from Thailand, and so it's pretty diverse, I would say. So this is an overview on the architecture of the Ubuntu Touch, right? So at the top, we have all the applications, so all the basic functionalities and third-party applications run on top. And below that, we have a set of middlewares, which is based on Ubuntu and contains some of the common middlewares that are used in desktop Linux, and also some of the middlewares that are specific to Ubuntu Touch. Uh, Below that layer, we have the small miniaturized container running Android. So this part runs the Android drivers inside so that we are able to use the Android drivers underneath. Uh, because this allows Ubuntu Touch to have Android to run on many Android devices without going to adapt all the mainline drivers from mainline, which is going to be a more gargantuan task, of course. And so between these two parts, we communicate but via either the Linux socket or the Android binder IPC. And sometimes we have to load the Android code into the middleware process or into the application process. So in that case, we have to use a library called libhybris, which contains the Android's dynamic linker and allow the Android library to coexist inside the normal Linux code, Linux process. Yeah. And below that, we have the Linux kernel, which is in Android devices case, uh, 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 an Android 3, an Android kernel which is tailored for that device, but is then reconfigured to have it running a more standard Linux system. So, but So with the middleware, if a device is instead the mainline devices, we can skip the Android container part, and then we connect our middleware to the Linux kernel directly, and it could be device-specific kernel or a more mainline kernel. And so this approach allows us to be available on multiple devices as much as possible, with a compromise of having more non-free code in our system. Yeah. So let's talk about the other Linux-based mobile OS in the landscape. So we are not alone the Linux-based mobile OS space. Uh, the OS in this slide can be categorized into two broad category. So the two on the left are so-called are those that use the same technique as us to get it running on more Android devices. So these are Selfish OS and Droidian. And so Droidian is specifically Debian 4, and Selfish OS is its own thing. So they use the same technique as us so it runs on Android devices. The four on the right, Mobian Piero OS, Post-Market OS and Manjaro they are more focused on mainline devices such as Pine phones and Pine tabs or Purism. Yes, so they have they don't support running Android containers inside it, but that means that there's less non-free code in their system. So this is their choice, and I believe that people should be able to choose what kind of, to what degree non-free code they have in their life, and also which operating system they want to use. And this is why I talk about other operating system in this talk as well. And finally, the if you're interested in trying out Ubuntu Touch, we have a site called devices.ubuntutouch.io, which lists the supported device, which is admittedly low at the moment. But if you're interested, feel free to visit the site. Yeah. And okay, we so speaking of supported devices, we have like so the most active one are the ones from Vola, which is a phone vendor in Germany, and they sell devices with Ubuntu Touch pre-installed. Unfortunately, they are more they are available mostly in Europe and is probably unavailable to many of us in this room. Alternatively, you can get phones from Fairphone or some of the more maintained devices are Google Pixel, and we have some Xiaomi devices as well, although the Xiaomi devices have a tendency of not releasing their kernel source code, so that makes it more difficult for us to work on. And yeah, that's it from me today. So if you are interested in the Ubuntu Touch project, you can go to ubuntu-touch.io, which is the project name, and ubports.com, which is the community website. If you want to reach out to me, I'm available as pete-psu with. So and on most of the social network and GitHub and stuff. If you want to try Ubuntu Touch, you can visit the Ubuntu booth, and we have a number of demo devices that you can try. So yeah, thank you.
Questions from the audience. Do you have any questions? Okay.
You mentioned the two different types of approaches, so the mainline kernel approaches and then more vehicle approaches. But you also said, I was just wanting some clarification, you also said that the alien layer that you use is not necessary for some devices. Does that mean that you can run like a fine phone without that?
Yes, that's also possible. Although I'll have to admit that it's a lot of Ubuntu Touch infrastructure still tied to the Helium layer, and so we still develop some of that part, but for the most part, it does work pretty well.
I was just going to ask, like, what's something that you're excited about that the current working on that you see coming in the near future for the project?
At the moment, we are working on upgrading our base operating system to Ubuntu 20.04. So at the moment, we are still with Ubuntu 20.04, which will go out of standard support in a few months. But and that comes with a lot of challenges in itself. So that's pretty exciting. Yeah.
Like Android banking apps, do they work on Ubuntu Touch?
The Android apps.
Banking apps.
Like, okay, it doesn't. So because of the play integrity and safety net requirements, there's basically no way that with the way that our compatibility layer works, that Google safety net will pass. And it's unfortunate reality that so because banking apps they are genuinely care about security of the users, although the approach is a little bit heavy-handed.
I had another question. Sorry, for those of us who live in Thailand, are you daily driving Ubuntu Touch now, and what could we expect
Yeah, unfortunately, even I myself cannot daily drive Ubuntu Touch because banking apps and mobile payment in Thailand is really prevalent. You will go the so-called Thai QR payment everywhere. But other than that, most functionalities does work. You can receive and make calls. You can and the QR pay.
It's actually a good point you raised, like about the data check. So is there some way that in the future we could possibly like, create our own version of data check or kind of emulate it or
Uh, I have no idea really. So to its own question.
It's going to be the last question for our audience.
So he's one of our team.
Yeah, Rachel will be there. You can ask
So just what I wanted to comment is that banking apps are not a single monolithic group, and every app has different protections and they have different requirements. So for example, in Europe, we can run plenty of apps in Android, like Evolute, some other banks and some other critical banks, but other banks may require plain integrity, and the Google display integrity is essentially a Google vendor on they allow only MIT devices certified by the vendors, and they require the device to run vendor certified operating system. And the same problem that there are vendors, some vendors because ability is trying to type you can get some lines for yourself, but it might not look right.
Yes, I'm speaking first. Now we do the switchovers. So how does the keychain work? I've got one. No, but for the streaming.
Actually, it doesn't have the pause. Oh yeah, no, this one doesn't work. Not for the screen. No need for it. And I will just close it up. This one doesn't work. This one. What? This one. Yeah, but we didn't have it.
You ready?
It's covered.
Okay. Next we have two speakers, Sudip and Chibusa Ju from Kotlin. And Sudip is software engineer and also working in Kotlin for almost 9 years, and also open source developer for more than 11 years. And Chibuso is a project manager at Kotlin, and also a software product manager by day, and
Aficionado.
for every day. And I say this yours.
All right, thank you very much. I think looking at the time, we've already lost a few minutes to the questions and introductions. Given that we've covered most of the introductions, my name is Chibuzo Judo Yenegecha. I've been at Coding for over 11 years now, mostly working on automotive projects and free and open source projects. Right, a few quick facts about CodeThink. CodeThink is a software consultancy and software engineering services company. We are based in Manchester. Our headquarters is in Manchester. Established in 2007, we have over 130 employees, and most of these employees are FOSS experts like Sudip, my colleague here. And we work on assisting our clients in delivering critical and high performance projects on an international scale. These are across different sectors. When I mean different sectors, we are in the medical line, the automotive, embedded systems, and the financials as well. Now, CodeThink, we do pride ourselves at being an open source first company. And from the number of years, from close to 2 decades now of the software engineering expertise that we have been gathering, we've started putting all this together to form a trustable software framework. We are doing this in partnership with the Eclipse Foundation. I happen to have spoken to someone from the Eclipse Foundation earlier on today. The essence of what we're doing here is asking the critical questions and also answering those critical questions in terms of how trustable is the software that we are putting in our systems? Can they be reliable? How secure are the software that we have on our systems? Part of the reason why we are doing this pioneering thinking around the concepts of trustable software is to enable us to use open source components on safety relevant systems. We'll be touching a lot on this further down the line. Now, what is driving this idea of us thinking about trustable software framework? We have recently seen an increase in the number of regulations that are coming out there. Just by a quick show of hands, how many of us here know about the UN Regulation 155 and 156? Okay, so a quick run through of that. So the UN Regulation 155, the first phase came into effect 2022, and the second phase in 2024, late 2024. The UN Regulation 155 mandates for cybersecurity management system for all manufacturers, vehicle manufacturers. This is not just only during the development phase, but all through the life cycle of the vehicle. And 156 is more about the software updates. These regulations are more for the automotive industry. Now, the stipulation here is that it doesn't just only end during the development phase, but carries all the way through the production and post-production of automotive vehicles. And to get a vehicle approval, manufacturers need to adhere to these UN regulations. Recently, we've started seeing some vehicle lines being discontinued due to the fact that they are not able to meet these UN regulations. Depending on where your sources are from, if you have a quick Google search, you will see that there are mentions of the Porsche Macan being discontinued because of not being able to meet these UN regulations. And some sources do claim that the Renault Zeo was the first one to fall short of these UN regulations and such it wasn't continued. The UN regulations is not only the regulation that automotive makers need to adhere to. Most recently, as late last year, we've got the Cyber Resilience Act, which was introduced by the EU. And though the Cyber Resilience Act is more about development of embedded systems, but it places a huge responsibility on automotive makers to ensure that their supply chain and the software and everything that goes into the car, that they adhere to this. The Cyber Resilience Act will come into effect. It was released late last year, 2024, and will come into effect in 2027. CodeThink, through the trustable software framework that we are working in partnership with the Eclipse Foundation, we are in a position to assist companies to comply with both the UN regulation and also the Cyber Resilience Act. The Cyber Resilience Act, in its own nature, places a huge emphasis on not just the manufacturers, but also the developers. Because when we talk about the manufacturers, most of the time we're talking of the developers, to ensure that the products are maintainable for the entire lifetime of these products, not just for only the production, but for the entire lifetime. And you know what a huge responsibility that is on not just the manufacturers, but also the developers. What does this entail, and what sort of risks are these regulations talking about? That brings us to what we can see here on the pictures. There are different types of risks, potential risks that we face in the automotive industry. A typical example is we have design faults, specification faults, not just only in the development environment, but also in the production and post-production environment. There are also issues that may arise from the supply chain. what you get pulled in, what you pull in from your supply chain, and how those do compromise your system, and how those do affect the system that you are running. Now, these potential risks are all the more increased because of the amount of software that we have these days in cars. Over the past few years, we've seen an increase in the number of lines of codes that we have in vehicles. And this increase in the lines of codes is driven by two major things. Number one is the consolidation of ECUs. Automotive manufacturers now group ECUs together in order to make them to co-locate together. By ECUs here, I mean mini computers that we find in modern cars. And in modern cars, these mini computers, you can have hundreds of these. So this location of the ECUs is driving an increase in the number of software that we see in cars. Another drive is the electrification of cars. Most recently, we've seen a lot of targets being announced that people need to adhere to meet EV regulations and all those sort of things. Now, also the electrification of cars sort of like gave the vehicle architects a clean blank slate to re-engineer the vehicle subsystem, to make changes to what we have as the original vehicle subsystem, and to come up with new ideas of how to arrange the vehicle subsystem. Hence, we have more software coming in due to electrification. Some of the features that we see in cars, and also the need for manufacturers to get revenue, is also driving the increase in the number of software that we are seeing in automotive cars. Now, for a typical vehicle, when it rolls off the plant and the manufacturer cashes in on that, there are new avenues for them to generate revenue by optional extras. These days we have LiDAR, lane guidance, 360-degree camera, enhanced navigation system, etc. All those are optional extras that can be added to the vehicle via software that can generate extra revenue for the car manufacturers. With this increased number of software also increases the risks that we talked about earlier. More lines of code, more risk, more bugs, etc. Now, it doesn't even stop there. It is also increasing more. There are new frontiers, there are new areas that are being explored, not just because of the electrification, but because car manufacturers, automotive industry is moving more to the software-defined vehicle. By a software-defined vehicle here, I mean where the practical functionalities of a car is more software-driven than being mechanically driven. So you have the proportions in the car, the driving aspects of the car, etc., all those being controlled via software. Recently, a few days ago, I think last week, I was researching about steer-by-wire. I don't know how many of you here know about the Tesla Cybertruck. That is not allowed in the UK because it has a steer-by-wire. How can such a vehicle pass approval to be allowed on UK roads and those sort of things? So this all increased what we were faced with for the client. Talking about the client was running an IVI system, and the risks that we mentioned earlier was heightened. The first part of the risk was the BSP aspect of it. Maintenance of the BSP that was supplied to them by the SoC vendor had an older kernel in it and needed to be upgraded. We were backporting fixes back to the BSP. There were stability concerns. Apart from the stability concerns, they had a fast approaching start of production. And they couldn't miss this start of production because 1,000 cars are going to be rolling out of the production line. What did they do? They brought in Coating to assist in dialing down the risks that they were facing. What do you see?
So this is about one particular client X, no name. So when they came to us, they were using, I'll just reset.
Okay.
So when they came to us, they were using 3.8 this time. And our choice at that time was to use either 4.4 or 4.5. 4.4 was the LTS term, and 4.5 was the million term. So the million releases are done by lines, and the LTS releases are done by grid. So mainline will be having bugs, so which will not be fixed in that particular unit. So 4.4, the bugs that 4.4 has, that will still be there in 4.4. That will never be fixed. But those bugs will be fixed in 4.5, 4.6, and so on. And these fixes will then get backwarded to 4.4, which Greg will pick up, and he will be releasing a 4.4.1 or 4.4.2 based on these fixes. So 4.4 was supported till 2022, and the last 4.4 release was 4.4.302. So you can just imagine how many bug fixes went in that 4.4. And for this particular client, we again quoted their product to 4.14, which was supported in 2017. That was also a release. Before the kernel upgrade, there were regular issues with the kernel with the product, and they used to have regular kernel panics, and they used to get deadlock during booting up, and lots of these problems were fixed when we upgraded the kernel. And I can show a specific example of the next slide. And with the new kernel, we get new features. So, like one of the most important features that we found when we updated to 4.4 was the live patching. So, live patching is you can modify the kernel code without rebooting the kernel and without installing a new kernel, and that was introduced in 4.0. So we immediately got that, but that is obviously visible in production kernel. But we found it very useful while doing the debugging phase. If anyone is interested for the summaries of any the new features that are introduced in a particular kernel, then this link can help. Now the last part, the version has to be modified, and you will get the new kernel. Next yours.
Okay, some of the pains that we faced during this upgrade, the major one was convincing the client. Because they had a fast approaching SOP, we were able to convince them that this will fix all the problems that they have and will also assist in fixing the issues and making the system very, very stable. The major headache of all of them was rounding up the suppliers, given that the kernel is, it affects a lot of what the other suppliers are providing. We had to do an impact assessment across, I think, close to 70 suppliers, having an impact assessment from them, getting them to buy into this idea, and then convincing them that the kernel upgrade is not going to break any of what they have already supplied. We even had to make a commitment that if it breaks what they've already supplied, that we will fix those ourselves. That was what got them to agree to us doing that. And finally, there was the fixes to issues that we encountered. That was also another pain. Over to you, Sudip.
So I mentioned on the previous slide that 4.4, 4.13 had its own bugs, and for some of them, we were the first one to see those problems. But for all the issues that we saw, we sent those patches to upstream kernel. And by sending those patches to upstream kernel, I will say that the upstream kernel maintainers are busy. And if you just say that I am seeing this problem in this vendor kernel, which has lots of other patches, they are just going to ignore your net. So you should always try to see the mainline release has the same problem or not. Try to find a fix. That fix may not be a proper fix, but just something to work on, and send that as a patch to upstream kernel. And if that is okay, maintainers are going to accept that. If not, they are going to ask some question that is going to start some discussion, and that will lead to something. Like this patch was a fix for Bluetooth, which the commit message had all the debug logs and everything, and the maintainer immediately accepted that. But this patch, the maintainer did not like it, and they asked some questions, and which resulted in a V2 of the log. The V2 also, the maintainer did not like it, so that resulted in a V3. Okay, so V3, the maintainer finally accepted that. But again, when you send some patches to upstream kernel, you should also take any ownership or responsibility of any issues that arises because of your patch. So the V3 that was accepted resulted in integration, which made many boards, serial ports not working. But we immediately found a fix and sent the customer. So 4.4 kernel, I mentioned before that we were seeing many of the bugs, and this was one of the important bugs that we saw in 3.8, that we had to that code from 4.4 to 3.8. So this was affecting the boot up of the system, and one of the driver used to hang because of this sort, and that affected the stability of the system. So the upgrading the kernel actually made the system more reliable and stable because of that. Now, the automotive system has to follow this FMVSS 111, which requires the reverse camera to be activated within 2 seconds. And due to the kernel upgrade and a little tweaking in the DRL subsystem, we managed to make the HDMI 400 millisecond faster. So, which was a significant gain when we have to say go for 2 seconds after boot up. And of course, and with the kernel upgrade, we get one more important thing: the CVE, the security patches. And one of the most important CVE that was fixed in 4.4 was this one. So this allows a user process to get root privilege, which is not ideal in a Linux system. And they also had a link which gives the code to exploit this vulnerability. So and with the kernel update, we wait for APS. It became easy for us to maintain the kernel also, because as we send all our patches to upstream. So whenever we updated from 4.4.21 to say 4.4.50, we got all our patches back, and that reduced the count of extra patches that we have in our. So that made our maintenance really easy for that.
So now today at least we've learned about the UN regulations. We've learned about what the pains that we faced in doing this upgrade. We've learned about the benefits. Now let's look at the outcome. One of the major outcome was the clients having a very stable IVI system that they have to maintain for the duration of that vehicle line, thereby complying with CRA and complying with the UN regulation 155 and 156 without having to discontinue that car line. As I mentioned earlier on, CodeThink, in partnership with the Eclipse Foundation, we do have the trustable software framework which can assist clients to comply with this. Secondly, they had a more secure system complying with the CRA, as I mentioned, and a reduction in post-production issues and bugs. Because they now have a more recent kernel which had all the CVEs that were fixed in the older kernel that was supplied to them by the SoC vendor, they were in a better position to do those. Lessons learned. We learned quite huge lessons. Number one, difficulties in getting the suppliers aligned. As I mentioned, having to round up all the suppliers, getting them to agree to this upgrade. And then the impact to the timelines. The administrative time that it took to round up the suppliers, not even doing the upgrade. The upgrade was easy, but the time it took to round up the suppliers was more costing to us than the time it took to do the upgrade. And finally, the possible knock-on effects from such upgrades on the system. As Sudeep mentioned, the system became faster, which impacted on some of the suppliers and what they've delivered, which were not compliant with the sped up time that we now have on the system. So that's all from Sudeep and myself. Thank you very much for listening to us. Question time.
You mentioned that you were using this software or this kernel in the safety critical systems, and you're also applying patches and updates on it. So I'm wondering, how do you roll out these updates or fixes without impacting the availability of the critical system? So, I mean, you want to avoid breaking something that is safety critical, right?
Okay, first of all, let's correct the impression. This was on an IVR system, which is not the safety critical aspect of the vehicle, just your infotainment system. Rolling out of updates, we have to test those updates and confirm that they are working even even on real life cars, before those are rolled out in the cars that are in the field. So we had checks and balances to be sure that they are fit for purpose and reliable before they are rolled out. Okay. Any other question? Oh, you said only one. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your valuable session.
Later, I have to use my hand down. So can I do the later?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So how many speakers? Three speakers, right?
Yeah, but actually one will be the other. Just one.
Just one.
That will be easier.
You will be speaking, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so I 3 o'clock. You use the microphone. Oh, okay.
Okay, next we have Steven Xiao and Thomas Jai, National Center for High Performance Computing, Taiwan. Yeah, stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to give an status update about Korea on the ARM and the RISC-V architectures. We have actually two developers here. I'm Stephen Shaw and that's Caesar Sung. Okay. This is outline for the talk today. And first, I will very brief introduction about Korea and also introduction to the ARM and RISC-V architecture. And later we'll have some of the progress update and some of the analysis and the future outlook. Okay, that's the first one. Let me. Are you familiar with this kind of the system backup? Like this one, right? Okay. Before I start, I'd like to ask anyone has used Korea here before? Okay, okay, good. And so actually with Korea you can do this kind of thing like massive deployment or the one I mentioned is backup restore, something like that. And for the massive deployment you can do like for this one. Okay, you can clone one USB drive to many of them, and or you can clone to the computer classroom or in the machine room. And it supports many operating systems like Linux, Mac, OS, Windows, blah, 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 okay? And that's the big one, okay? So basically, if you want to use, so far we support x86, Intel based or AMD based. That's basically you can say it's very mature. But for at the moment, there are many ARM devices and also very few RISC-V. A little bit you can find some of the card is RISC-V, and but for the laptop, some vendor do have that or small board, something like that. So the ARM base actually is introduced in 1985, and you can find it's 32 bits or 64 bits, and actually ARM is an IP company, so its license is ISH to other vendors, and there are many vendors like Apple, MediaTek, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, Samsung. Okay, so most of the mobile device you have is ARM based, right, for the moment. Okay, and the kernel have support ARM architecture 64 bits from 2012. But another one architecture we have is RISC-V. You can see RISC-V is open source. is licensed under CC or Creative Commons or BSD, and it was introduced in 2014, and it has 32, 64 bit, and even 128 bit. And in the beginning, it was in 2010, UC Berkeley developed that, and later it transferred to RISC-V Foundation, and later to the RISC-V International. It's a Swiss company, and there are many vendors because it's open source. So there are many, actually more. Sci-Fi, Andes, Pentana, blah blah, many. And the kernel actually official support is in 2022, and Debian support actually RISC-V 64 bits in 2 years ago. Okay, that's the background about this kind of architecture. And so we found there are more people they need this kind of they need a tool to back up and restore even the massive deployment for their hardware like ARM or RISC-V. So we start porting. Start porting Korea about to ARM architecture about 4 or 5 years ago. Okay, and actually, Korea, you know that it's based on operating system like Debian or Ubuntu, and we add some of our program like that. So you can use Korea in a flash drive or SD card to do this kind of backup or restore or the deployment. And we created Korea Live based on the Debian Live. Okay, so you can see that the Debian Live have been there more than 15 years, if I remember correctly. Okay, and we actually around 2020 we start to create Korea Live, but it's still in experimental status because there are many tests that we have to do, and later I will mention more. It needs a lot of effort. Okay, and RISC-V for the moment, Debian Live, especially the live build, support ARM architecture very well. Okay, and but for the RISC-V, you need to patch live build. Okay, we have submitted some of the patch file here, and it's still waiting for the merge for the developer to merge that code. Okay, and we do have some experimental release for these two architectures. Okay, and you can find the binary image here. Okay, so at the moment for the ARM architecture, for the first one I like to mention, we actually in our machine room we use Korea Live this release ARM architecture 64. Last year we deployed the NVIDIA Grace Hopper machine. Okay, we do the backup and for the system because that's a new development machine we have in our Supercom center. So we like to, in case our user just breaks the system, so we do this kind of backup. We only have two Grace Hopper machines, so there's no need for us to do the massive deployment. But we can do that. I mean, later I'll mention more. You can do that just with IPMI to do that. And also, it's also runs well for Raspberry Pi 5. We have tested that, and we have more details will come. And but for the, I believe some people are interested in the ARM-based Mac to do this kind of backup or restore. But still, you need some dirty work. Otherwise, actually, for the live system, it won't be booted from the USB or SD card. Okay, so I just mentioned that we use IPMI to do this kind of, in the machine room, we do this kind of backup. Actually, we just upload the ISO file to the IPMI device, and with the remote KVM console, and then we put the machine with the ISO file and do the backup. Okay, it actually runs very smooth. No problem for that, and it's just like the x86. It's quite mature. Also, we have the backup image here. And for Raspberry Pi 5, actually, you have to do something like to make a bootloader, I mean, enable the UEFI mechanism. That will be easier to put Korea live. Of course, you can use U-boot to do that, but with the UEFI mechanism, that's much easier. So here you can do something like this, and to enable to use the USB boot first, then SD card. So you can put Korea in the USB drive. And how you put that? Actually, you download the Raspberry Pi 5 UEFI program and also unzip the Korea Live ARM architecture 64 to the USB device. That's all. And you can just put it. Okay, that's quite straightforward actually. But actually, normally not too many people they use this method to do that because you know the Raspberry Pi is quite small and you can just DD to do that. You don't have to do that this way. But still, some people like this way. It's I mean for the Korea Live you can do the partition and partition table something like that. That's more flexible actually. No, more flexible than DD mechanism. Okay, another thing I would mention to the Mac Mini, ARM-based Mac Mini. We tested on the M2 CPU or ARM CPU from the Apple, and actually you had to do some dirty work. I mentioned that. This mechanism is based on the M1 Debian and Asahi Linux. Okay, so first you have to put the UEFI file in your Mac device. By default, actually, M2 ARM-based Mac device does not allow you to put from USB device. So you have to do that first. Otherwise, there's no any way you can do that. So that's the way you have to do, like enable the UEFI environment. Or actually, the Asahi Linux installer they provide more, but we actually do not want to install Asahi Linux. We just need to borrow the UEFI device, so you can do like this. And the Asahi Linux installer allow you to just install the UEFI environment only. You don't have to install the whole Asahi Linux. And the next thing is because the default kernel from the Debian seed actually does not support the M2 device very well. So you have to switch the kernel. We have a program for you to switch the kernel from the Korea Live. You switch to the Asahi Linux, the kernel. So you can do like something like this. And another thing you have to do is, by default, some of the partition in the macOS, especially ARM-based macOS, actually is encrypted. So you have to reduce the security by you have to make it not encrypted. That will be a must for the moment. In the future, we'll try to use the DD mode to do this kind of encryption partition. But at the moment, you have to do that, reduce. That will be more efficient. And there are some more details here. So actually, you can Korea Live ARM architecture, you can run on M2 device, but you have to do some dirty work. The first one is you have to have the UEFI environment. The second one, you have to swap the kernel, and the third one is, or at the moment, you have to reduce the security. Okay, that's the one. So that's the screenshot we have here for you to reference. Okay, and that's the another screenshot about backing up the system. Okay. Okay, so another one is the RISC-V. I just mentioned that RISC-V is quite new, and we also have this kind of RISC-V release last year. Okay, last year, and actually this release works very well in emulator like a QEMU, but we try to run this on the real machine. Actually, we cannot make it. It still lacks some of the drivers, something like that. Okay, so I will just show you about the QEMU, some of screenshot. Actually, to run QEMU, you have to a lot of file. I mean, about the device, hard drive, something like that, and that's the command you have. And another screenshot about this one. Okay, that's about the putting mechanism about the UEFI, and you can switch to the graph menu, and that's the putting process. Okay, and that you can see that's the main menu for the Colonial to run here. And actually, we have done that to back up, to restore the system, to deploy another hard drive, and it works well. Okay, but for the real physical machine, actually, we tried this one, PC Roma laptop, and actually, we cannot make it. We tried two different methods. The issue is we can put from the put menu, but the issue still that in the initial run disk, there's no enough driver they can detect the actually the USB drive or the SD card. So the hardware cannot be detected, so it cannot run. Here I will just show you that some of the mechanism here, and but still it just kernel panic in the initial run disk. That's the one. And if you are interested in the video, you can check here. Or we actually put the slides on the on Colonia website. Okay, you can find the slide the moment I'm using. Okay, that's another mechanism we try, and it's still the same thing. It's still get static in initial disk. Okay, so that's the basic status we have now. About the analysis, actually you can see that ARM architecture is more, I mean, more mature than RISC-V. Okay, because it's been in the kernel for more than decades, and but ARM architecture is more diverse than x86. Okay, so especially some of the small board, some of the system, they lack the UEFI put mechanism. So you have to deal with the put, like a U put or something. It's not quite not as straightforward as x86. So that's the issue. And especially some of the vendor, they have their own mechanism, like I just mentioned the make. Or you have to do many, not really many, but you have to do some more dirty work. Okay. Okay, and but some of the users they do use the ARM-based Colonia Live to do their system deployment. One of the company I know in Taiwan, they manufacture for the embedded system. They did not manufacture special for the embedded system. They use Colonia Live. That's about 3 years ago. You can see the version number is about 3 point something. They have some issue and ask some of the question, and we have answered that, and later it was well for them. So he gave us some of the photo screenshots. Okay, and about the RISC-V architecture, actually it's still in a very early stage, and although we can run well in the emulator, but for some of the physical machine, yeah, the kernel drive does not support that very well. So that's the big issue we have not at the moment. And sometimes you need a customized Linux kernel to do that. It's not so straightforward. But Debian or Ubuntu, they do support the RISC-V board, some like Sci-Fi, the Hi-Fi, this one, and all Winner also have one board, and Starfire, the PC-V also have. Okay, and as I mentioned that because it's quite new, so the use case is not so common, and it just make progress gradually, not as mature as the x86. And okay, so about the visual work, actually we have to do something more, but some of the big issue I just mentioned is about the hardware support, especially from the kernel. Okay, so we have to, along with the underlying operations like Debian, if Debian or Ubuntu they support the hardware well, then better, then the Colonia Live will be getting better. We just do it like this way, and we have to do some of the in the future. We have to do some of the mechanism for the massive deployment for ARM and RISC-V architecture, like some of the component in Korean life, like a BitTorrent, something like that, it actually does not work. The program cannot be compiled in a RISC-V. There's still some issue, and we have to improve that, something like that. Okay. And as for the rise of the ARM and RISC-V architecture, actually you can see that the code access is much easier for the common users. Although it's get more diverse, but it's easier for like RISC-V open is lower the hardware cost. Okay, so you can get the hardware cheaper, and it's make it easier for the school to do this kind of teaching for education purpose. And also ARM architecture is quite mature. Okay, so and also like RISC-V, 4.5, a lot of people already use that in the production environment, so that also works very well. Okay, but another issue is the power efficiency for the ARM and RISC-V. They are better than the x86. So you can see that some of the data center actually they already use ARM architecture, like NVIDIA, they have the server. But of course, NVIDIA is not a good example because the GPU they need a lot of power actually. But for the ARM-based ARM CPU, that's true, low power. And RISC-V, normally you will find that RISC-V is in the edge environment. So the small device like that is really in a low power status. Okay, basically that's the one we have about the status update for the ARM and RISC-V. And later we at the 325 we have the hands-on, but this hands-on will only for the x86, not for the ARM or RISC-V. And also in the same room here. Okay. So any questions? Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
What was the process like preventing those that are support working on something on Apple's silicon? Does it have to be?
You mean what's the? I don't get it. You mean?
How do you all get around to figuring out how to get it to work on Apple's silicon? Because I know Asahi has been in development for like 4 or 5 years, and there's still like how do you?
We have to follow others because we focus on the Colonial. But under their, under their operating system improved like Debian or Asahi Linux, they have they made progress. Then we can just follow because it's open source. That's quite easy for us to follow. But yeah, I think a lot of you just wait because yeah, it's not easy for a team just to do that, and others have done that. We just try to that's the one. Thank you.
Okay. We have time for one more question. Okay. I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Yep. Ah, got it. Thank you.
So just a FOSSASIA open original maybe, yeah.
We have one with a PDF file, right?
Yeah, but you should be able to make it full screen. It's usually like what are you actually in here? No. There's usually a full screen option. Are you in Chrome or something? Oh. It's a cute little project. It's been fun. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, this is fine. As long as we can we click through it from there? It's fine. Or if you've got an external PDF viewer, it might work better. Great, thank you. We got the clicker. Cool. Just check that it's
Next, we have Lawrence Murray. Lawrence is an independent researcher, scientist, and software engineer with over 20 years of experience in industry and academia. Lawrence, please.
Great, thank you. So, yeah, I just thought I'd introduce myself first. It's my first time here at FOSSASIA. I'm based here in Bangkok. I moved here about 8 months ago now. I'm coming from a career in research, mostly in academia. I was at universities for many years. My research area was machine learning, and then statistics, and then machine learning, and then AI. And I never changed what I did, but they changed what they called it. So I build models. That's my research area. And eventually ended up in San Francisco. I led an AI team at Uber as a senior manager there, leading one of the AI teams, building large-scale global forecasting models for the Uber marketplace, dealing with pricing, incentives, driver guidance products, all sorts of things. And then 8 months ago, decided it was time to get back to some of my own projects and moved here to Bangkok to do that. So given that I've had a career in AI is hot. It's very exciting at the moment. It's a great chance to talk about something completely different. And that's what I'm doing today. So I've also spent the last couple of months just sort of looking at some pain points for me on the Linux desktop, fixing a few things, contributing to various projects, trying to do my bit with some bug fixes and new features and things like that. And this one is an app I just released really just a few weeks ago, so I thought I'd submit a talk on it. And it's trying to deal with what I see as actually an issue I've had for a very long time, as long as I can remember on Linux. It's actually it's really addressing my biggest problem with the Linux desktop, which is that I'm obsessed with it, right? And instead, it's not enough for me to just use GNOME or use KDE or use XFCE or Cinnamon, or I want to use all of them, right? I've always wanted to use all of them. This is my quote from Jack Kerouac, 1957. I think he also wanted to use all of the Linux desktops. I'm just being a little silly, sorry, but really, I just want to. I do want to be able to sort of. It's in some ways one of the advantages of Linux, right? That you can use all these different environments. But if you've ever tried to do that, you might understand if I tell you everything is broken, or at least lots of little things are broken that are sort of a nuisance when you do this. And so this has been the case for as long as I remember. I've been using Linux for 25 years. There may have been some golden age around 2008 where this wasn't the case, but I'm not really sure. Certainly as long as I can remember at this point. And so I just thought I'd sort of fix it. So I wanted to talk about that today. So if you're not sure what I mean, if you haven't done this yourself, just a few examples of what breaks and why this sort of, I mean, nothing is going to stop you from doing work necessarily, but it's not, it doesn't come across as a polished sort of final product, if you like. So on the left there is just a Nautilus window. Nautilus is the default file manager under the GNOME desktop environment. And you'll see the icons there. This is what's called the Adwaita theme and the cursor as well. And so I've got a laser pointer, just a cursor here because it's important too. It's the Adwaita theme, default theme on GNOME. And then I'm working on GNOME, I'm happy there, but I want to use KDE for a bit. So I log out, I log into KDE, do some work there. sometime later I logged back into GNOME, and now it looks like this. And I'm thinking, what has happened? Okay, and what's happened here is that for good reason, and I can talk a little bit about that. But when you're running KDE, it wants to make GTK applications look more native, and so it sort of messes with the GTK themes, but that also messes with GNOME, right? When you get back into it. So the reason these icons are different, this is the Breeze theme, which is the default on KDE. The cursor has also changed its style. It's not just style that changes. This cursor is twice as large as it should be. I'm on a high DPI display here on my laptop. You can't really tell, I guess, on this screen, but it's also pixelated. Okay, so that might be a bug, really, but that shouldn't really happen. And so you've got these sort of changing things. Other things happen if you then log back into KDE. If you had a dark theme going on KDE, it's not dark anymore. If you go to your themes, it will say it's selected a dark theme, but it's all light. That's because GNOME messed with something that KDE had. And you'll also get just scaling issues. You'll be on a 200% scale because you're on a high DPI display. It might go back to 100%. All these are sort of little things. The other thing that's maybe a little bit more subjective, I don't like my menus getting cluttered with lots of things. So here's me running OpenSUSE, where all the desktop environments are available. I've installed, just to make a point, GNOME, KDE, Cinnamon, and XFCE. And now I'm on KDE here. I hit the menu. I'm looking for a file manager, and I've got 6 to choose from. Okay. Likewise, on the right here, this is the GNOME dash. I brought it up. I've searched for a terminal. I've got 6 to choose from. Okay. Now, I mean, we love choice, but I find this a little bit over the top. These to me are things like file manager, terminal, text editor. These are core applications, and at least for me as a user, and again, this might be subjective, but for me as a user, I'm always going to use the one that's native to the desktop environment, right? So when I'm under GNOME, I'm going to use the default console. They've changed it recently. Actually, it used to be this terminal, then it changed to console, and they've just changed it again. But there's a default terminal application on GNOME. Console here, that's console with a K, is KDE's default. If I'm on KDE, that's what I'm going to use, right? And so I kind of I'd rather these menus were simplified. Didn't have all these different options there, okay? So that's another kind of thing I'd like to look at. So enter Mending Wall, which is the app I've put together, named after a Robert Frost poem, if you're into that or you studied it at school. There's this famous line, good fences make good neighbors, and I guess that's the principle of Mending Wall, set up you may not agree with that. The point of the poem, by the way, is discussing whether that's true or not. But at least that's the sort of principle here of can we set up some boundaries here that make these desktop environments be better neighbors, okay? And it's just trying to fix the problems that I've just shown to you. So it's very simple, but I'll just step through what it does and sort of how it works, which for some people in the room might be a bit more interested in like how something like this works. So very simple to use. Yeah, you fire it up. It's got those 2 toggles that you see on the screenshot here. 2 features that you've got available to you. So one I call Mend Themes, which is going to fix that first set of problems that I mentioned, the cursors, the icons, the scaling issues. The other one is called Tidy Menus, which will fix those cluttered menus that I talked about. So you can choose if you want those, which of those you want. The way it works, so it does start a little background process. I'll explain a bit later why it's done that way and what's happening. That will auto start on login. And it's really, I mean, just briefly for now, saves a few things, settings and things as you go, as you change them so that it can restore them later. And at this stage, just in terms of using it, you're best off getting it going before you've used the second desktop environment. The reason being is just that there is a way to restore defaults, and I'm kind of working on a better way of doing that. You can restore a default theme for the desktop environment quite easily. But if you've done a whole bunch of customization on, say, KDE, where you can do a lot of customization, and then you've used GNOME, and then everything's broken, it's very hard to get back your customizations, right? It's easier enough to reset to a default, and you can do them again and not have them break in future, but hard to get back what you had because things will get overwritten. So in terms of use, you're better off being on one desktop environment. Hey, I want to try something else. I install Mending Wall. I try something else, and then hopefully, but it's this is new software, but hopefully things are then working for you. Who's it for? So first of all, people who are crazy like me who actually want to use multiple desktop environments, I like a change of scenery once in a while and try different things. Also, new things come along, like Cosmic is in alpha at the moment, a new desktop environment from System 76. If I want to try that as an experienced user, I don't necessarily want to use virtual machines and live ISOs and things if I can just sort of get things working on my existing system. But I think more importantly, and this is kind of what motivated me here is for newcomers to Linux. I was actually writing, among other things, writing a blog post on how to get started in Linux. As is often the case when you're writing something, or say software documentation, you find yourself explaining stuff. It's difficult to explain, and it's often a good indication that it shouldn't be that way, right? Like when you're like a software API or something like that, and you're really struggling to explain, and maybe I should just change the API if it's so hard to explain. And I was sort of, obviously, if you imagine you're writing a blog post on getting started with Linux, you've got to pick a distribution. There's a few things to talk about now about, say, Flatpak and Snap and how that might affect the distribution that you pick, but also your desktop environment. Then I'm trying to explain like what desktop environment you might want. And if you think about it, it's kind of guesswork, right? I mean, you don't really know until you've tried them. You need to sort of experience them a bit. What does it feel like to use GNOME or KDE? They use very different metaphors, right? And what might resonate with you and what might not. And so I got to thinking, well, maybe it would be easier if I didn't have to explain this. If you could just say, use the default, or take a best guess. It doesn't matter. You can try something else later, right? One less thing to think about up front and just defer it until later. So that was kind of my motivation for looking at this. So my hope is that it can help newcomers to Linux, to the Linux desktop, I guess more rapidly find something that works for them, right? That would be the idea here. So just a little bit about how this works, which might be of interest to people who are think about similar things or work in a similar space. There are these free desktop specifications. I think these I'm not involved in this process, never have been. I think they're like a consortium of various groups who like KDE community, GNOME community, various communities who agree on how these things should work. But just a few key things that I'm like sticking to when it comes to mending wall. So one thing they provide is a bunch of environment variables that are useful for us here, right? Things like, and you can look at these if you just bring up your terminal and type end, right? You can see what's set up for your system. So one here, this XDG current desktop tells us which desktop environment is running, okay? This XDG config home tells us our config directory, which is usually .config, okay? Data home, usually .local/share. And then the system-wide directories as well, so user share, okay, and where things are kept. What really complicates these things now is Flatpak and Snap, which change all these things. They have their own to try and isolate applications and things, which is why you want to stick to using these variables, not hard coding things. And then the other aspect we'll be interested in here is, again, like just a little specification about desktop entries. So there's just a little file format for .desktop files, which is the key file format. These files go in, usually user share applications, but there's a few different directories they can go in. And they just describe basically an application that will appear in a menu, right? So here I've just shown what it looks like. I've removed a few lines, but mending wall itself has an entry like this, right? It's got a name, it's got an icon, the program that gets executed and so forth. And then that's put in your directory and that appears in the menu, right? And then importantly, for the purposes of what we want to do here, there's two already existing keys, only show in and not show in. You can list desktop environments that the application will only show in the menus of that environment or not show in the menus of that environment. As far as I can tell, these aren't used very much. Again, I was using things like OpenSUSE and Arch that have a whole bunch of packages available for different desktop environments. And I would do like the OpenSUSE KDE full install, and it comes with 100 applications or something. Very few of them actually use these at all. There hasn't been much consideration for that, or maybe people want their applications everywhere, but they're sort of underused. But they're a key thing here. I mentioned this background process. So what's going on, in case you really want to know what's happening? So if you enable that men themes feature, you have this background process. What it's doing is monitoring for particular G settings. So G settings are kind of like a database of config settings that more modern GTK apps use, usually GTK 4, maybe GTK 3 as well. So they're kept in this dconf database. Otherwise, other sort of like Qt framework, Qt applications and things tend to use config files, and they're I feel like the older sort of way of doing it. Well, not older, but I mean an established way of doing things. So it monitors certain schemas, so the kind of theme schemas and things, org.gnome.interface. Forget all of them. They're on the next page, but cursors and all of these sort of things. It'll monitor those and monitor config files. When changes are made, it's going to take a copy of those and save it in a directory for that desktop environment. And then when you log in, there's this auto start program that will restore the settings for the current desktop environment. So all it's really doing is isolating the config files for each desktop environment so they don't conflict with each other anymore. From the perspective of the desktop environment, it doesn't know any better, right? I mean, it writes the same config files, the same G settings. It doesn't know any better, but Mending Wall is switching things out on auto start, okay? And then the tidy menus feature is monitoring those applications directories for .desktop files, and when it finds them, again, it copies them, it sets those not show in and only show in keys, and then it will install to the user's home directory so that they can customize their menu that way. What I did want to point out is nothing here is I've been very careful not to interfere with what the other choices the user might make. So if you bring up, say, a menu editor, I like to use Libre Menu Editor, for example. There's quite a few, and I want to make some customizations. Don't show that, do show this, and so forth. Then Mending Wall will see that you've made some custom changes and won't override them. Okay, so we don't want to be getting in the user's way. And all of this, just to say, I've tried on the website and so forth to make it as clear as possible as to how you might contribute if you're interested in that. There's a few config files that set up exactly what G setting schemas are saved, config files are saved, which applications are affected by the tidy menus feature, where they go, and so forth. I'm hoping this is going to need some refinement from user feedback, right? I mean, I already had some people say, hey, how come KDE Connect is shown in GNOME? And I thought maybe it should be because there's no equivalent on GNOME, but there'll be a little bit of user feedback needed to refine these sort of lists. So possible future work here. Again, I want to get some user feedback before I get too fancy. I don't want to sort of over-engineer what is meant to be quite a simple thing. I did mention restoring themes from a broken state. You can find all sorts of questions on forums and Reddit online where someone has said, oh, I just wanted to try GNOME from KDE and now everything doesn't work. How do I fix it? So it would be good to have a feature like a push button thing that kind of restores default themes. Might be the other thing I was thinking. I realized too that default applications aren't desktop specific. So if I'm in my file manager and I double click on a PDF, I want it to come up in papers on GNOME, but Ocular on KDE, it's not doing that. There's only one preference you can set at the moment. So that's actually just one config file. That should be easy to fix. And then considerations around Flatpak and Snap. I think so currently anything you install with Flatpak and Snap might be affected by the rules that are in the config files for Mending Wall. It's a little bit funny though. They do represent a different intent. If I'm in GNOME software and I find an application I like that's Flatpak, say, and I install it, but it happens to be in the list that's only shown in another desktop environment, that might be a strange surprise for the user. So maybe we don't want that. There might be something to consider there. But again, user feedback required. So just to wrap up, that's what Mending Wall does. It lets you be one of the mad ones who wants to use all the desktop environments on your Linux desktop and not just stick with one. And it will fix those issues for you to let you do it. You can go to the website. A lot of information there. I've provided packages for Debian, Ubuntu, Fedora, OpenSUSE. So I have a pipeline I use for that. I don't mean the distributions provide this. I mean, I've provided the RPMs and debs. There's a Flatpak you can use there too. I still haven't submitted to FlatHub yet, but I'll get there. Snap coming soon. And the other thing I just wanted to say is if you're I know there's a lot of people at the conference who are kind of new to open source, looking for things to do. This is kind of it's a new project. It's a pretty simple project, but might be useful for you to learn some GTK, or how you might make a GTK app, something like that. So if you are interested in getting involved, do grab me at one of the breaks, and we can chat about what we might be able to do together in this space. I'd be very happy to help you get involved in open source community as well. Okay, thank you.
I was hoping to talk just briefly about TPI and scaling. You looked at this and how to make it seamless between those different environments.
Yeah, as far as I know, and I'm still exploring here and trying to work it out, they all seem to use very different ways of approaching that problem. And I don't understand it all. So for example, I'm in GNOME and it only has G settings. There are no config files. I go into KDE, and KDE for the first time, and KDE sets up all of its config files and tweaks some G settings. Then when you go back into GNOME, it creates this monitors.xml file, which I think is a Wayland config for scaling. It didn't do that before. Do you see what I mean? So there's this sort of, it's almost like an arms race of files, trying to work things out. So my approach has been kind of empirical. I monitor, I set up dconf watch / see anything that changes, set up file monitors on those directories, see what's changing, and just sort of come up with the union of config files and settings. But I'm trying to avoid getting right into the details of how they're doing it, except to say that they're doing it very differently. They've taken very different approaches.
Do we have any more questions? We can take one more. Once. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And I need my hands free on the laptop.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing, one hour. You are before. Oh, just not to set up everything, right?
I was curious why.
No.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you first. So you're the one who's conducting the. So how will you solve the problem when you do the workshop? How to use your microphone?
Here.
No, this is not for the audience. This is only for recording.
Then speak loudly. Not too many people.
Having a mic is good.
Yeah. Okay.
Stress from yesterday talking so much.
So, yeah, maybe.
If not, I'm.
Huh? I should. Now will be mirror will be better. Yeah. Come on, where's my? Okay. Back. Too far. Where?
This shaped.
Yes.
Come on. What? I'm searching for my.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Back.
Back.
Yeah.
Here. Where? Okay. Back.
It used to in this one.
No, yeah.
No, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Mirror. Which one is mirror?
I can read.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Come on. Which one is mirror? Oh, yeah. I can tell. Finally. Okay. Too many people, huh? So. Yeah. Okay. So shall we start or
Yeah, you need to stream.
stream? You need to stream?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, with your,
Because
you
this
are also streaming.
okay.
yeah, so I
All right.
this is turning into right.
Yeah.
Okay. So how to mute this side?
You want
To mute?
mute?
Yeah.
Mute. Mute. Well, I have no idea. To mute, you
Yeah. Mute this side, this website.
only the website? Or
Yeah.
actually I mute everything. That'll be easier, right?
Yeah.
This one.
Okay.
To mute
Thank
everything.
you.
Yeah. Okay. Complicated. So that's about the whole screen, right? It's the same. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you should run the demo first. Okay, this one.
Okay. All right.
This one first.
Make sure. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Check the microphone.
Debian. It's a Debian project, and this is it by profession, Debian developer since 1998. Initiated Debian, Myth, and other things in Debian. Address.
Hi, welcome everybody, and thanks for joining my workshop. I think the first thing I have just proven that even if I'm the DPL, I'm not able to solve all technical problems. So I'm just a mere Debian user who got the pleasure to serve as DPL, but not technically. Anyway, so for the packaging workshop, I did this kind of packaging workshop a couple of times. And as I wrote, it's about your software I want to package. Because it's not about packaging Hello World, because finally nobody will use Hello World. And I want to package at least one software one of you might use or other people might use. This is, there's no guarantee at all that it will work today. I give no guarantee. But if I make mistakes in packaging, not in connecting my computer, but in packaging, then I will guide you kindly how you can solve these mistakes, how you ask for help, because this is what you really should learn. And there is no final recipe, but we want to do. I want to show you how I would tackle some problem. So the knowledge that you are required for demo is quite basic for some Linux user. You need to be comfortable with make files, with diff patch, with kills, with step helper. Step helper is a Debian tool which makes it extremely easy to build packages. So you will see it, and I hope that I can demonstrate even sitting on a different computer with a different keyboard. Okay, linting is something which will tell you what mistakes you made when building a package. The name is from lint. This is showing something you did not good in your C code. Lintian is what you did not good in your Debian package. The motivation for me for creating Debian packages is so-called do-ocracy principle. In Debian, we are organized quite flat, and the person who is doing something is deciding what gets done. We don't vote about what package should be done. We just do something, and if you are patient enough, skilled enough, find ways to find help in a good way, then you can do it and to get the package done. There are a couple of manuals. The reason why I recommend say the Debian Med policy manual is because, well, I've written it. It's derived from the Perl manual, so I'm most comfortable with this. All these three policy manuals will give you an idea how a certain team is doing the packaging. And if you connect to a team, say these are topic-related teams for the medics, for the scientists, for the GIS, whatever, and we have language teams like the Perl team, the Python team, the Java team, the Go team. And all these teams have their specific policy, how they do something. You should read this to know how the team expects you to do something. More general, we have the developer's reference. This is a long reading. Well, how do IT people work? Usually start working, and if something failed, then read the documentation. At least this is my way to go this, and I know many people are doing it. So we are starting working, and then we read from some position of, oh, I need this or that, reading for specific things. And there is for sure the new maintainer guide. This is probably the first one to read, but I mentioned it last week because you might remember it. the longest. Yeah. Well, the communication, we have the Debian mentors list. These are the people who help you. And well, I'm 27 years a Debian developer. And I'm also on this list, but I'm more on this list to ask questions if I have a problem. Even if people tell me, yeah, you should answer questions. Yes, sometimes I do, but there are, even then are there people who are way more skilled, experienced than I. For instance, I have a lot of packages with Automake. I'm not an Automake expert. And if I have a problem with this, I ask there, and well, about 1 hour, if I'm lucky, about 1 day, if I'm not so lucky, I get an answer. I really, really recommend this list because it's really good for the people who are more keen on short communication. There's an IRC channel, Debian Mentors. The Debian people love IRC. I personally don't. I have a matrix bridge. So if you're on matrix, use a matrix bridge, and then you can read it as well. What I'm doing in the Debian Med project, which I founded, is I had the project mentoring of the month, which is basically what I'm doing here. I have someone who needs some software which fits in the Debian Med team, so it's bioinformatics, medicine, bioimaging, something. And I say, you want to package it, you know the program, you need the program, and I will tell you how to do it. And I estimate with the delay of emails is about a month. So it's not scary that it takes a month, it can be faster, it can take longer. But the idea is to pool the knowledge. This person has the knowledge about the software, I have the knowledge about packaging. And if we work together, this was quite a good fit. And so, my talk is online. There is a link to click on. If it's underlined, then you can see it. And sponsorings of blends is not that important here in this connection. This is just a blend like Debian Med, Debian Gains. So these are blends, and want to make the people understand what the blends concept is. And if they understood, then I sponsor their packages. Sponsoring is, we have at least 2 Debian developers, 3 Debian developers here in the room. You can ask them, please, I have done this work, could you please upload to the Debian server? Only the Debian developers have the permission to upload, and sponsoring is the Debian developer checks your work, and then if it's okay, it's uploaded. So what do you need for building packages? I'm a little bit faster here. The first things are dhmake, which I will demonstrate. Deb Halber is, we just use it. Fake root is not really needed anymore. You need GNU PG to sign what you are working on, because we are uploading only signed packages. P-Builder, CowBuilder, I hope I come to this because we are quite late. And the other things I will explain when I'm doing. So now it's up to you. I hope you are all prepared. Please raise your hand and tell me what we should package now. And then I will leave this presentation and we check what this software is about, and I decide what we do, and then we start. And I will sit down, and I need to get rid of the microphone, so try to speak a little bit louder, and then, yeah, okay. It's your turn. So, the browser. That's a browser. This is. Do we have Firefox here or something like this? Oh, okay, yeah. Make a new. So who can tell me some projects we want to package? I'm not prepared for this. I want to package your stuff. We will check. Tell me what you have in mind. Lip. Lip. How do you pronounce? No, wait a moment. Lip high. Lip H then hybrid like this. So it's this one on. Yeah, yeah. Got it. Hybrid. I need to hybrid. Okay. So this one. Yeah. So the first thing I do, can I make it more? Okay, so can you read it? The first thing I'm doing is, you say there is a Debian package, and I check for apt search lib hybrid, right? Like this. So this is not an official Debian package. Okay. So do we have other suggestions? Do you have a software you want to? Yeah. WordCutWay. I just look. Word.
It is not in.
Not in Debian. Okay. So the second thing would be WordCutWay. It is here, this one?
No, in CodeWord. But that one is okay.
Mekong Lang. Mekong Lang. This. This one. No, this not this one. Okay. Move to. I write it down. So okay. Move to CodeWord. Yeah. So this is some localization in Thingy. C interface for WordCat. Yeah. Well, I actually would like this one because it somehow fits the conference, right? It needs Rust. Yeah, have Rust expert here. Do the Rust people have some script to do some? Okay, he might take over the keyboard. Do we have other suggestions? Any other suggestion for some software? So you are here just to look and not to bring your own stuff. So.
What kind of? Do you want C or something like that?
Yeah. Well, okay. I have a look. You said you have some. There is some package, but it's somewhere else. And we have. How many time do we have? We have left. It's just half an hour or so. I'm not when it's supposed to end. So it's 24 minutes. 42. Yeah. So 42. Yeah, if we can. I'm fine with doing until I'm hungry. Right? Okay. Yeah. So my suggestion is we have a look in some existing package and I explain what it is and we try to adapt first. And then we look into the Rust thingy because I like the suggestion. And if we don't manage this WordCutWay here now. I'm on Sunday in this coffee. You have maybe the read the telnet channel. In this coffee where we can assemble and we can sit down and where I possibly get my own laptop and then we work on this. Okay? Are you available on Sunday as well? Are you available? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Do we have for the libhybris some link to the source package? You can perfectly type on this laptop.
I'm not sure if I give you a good idea right now because
We will see.
It's all code even from Canonical, but now.
I have no problems with taking over something from Canonical. So
Yeah,
this
I mean,
is
just okay, and do it natively. Yeah.
yeah. There's a okay. Okay.
You
Good.
see it's
Yeah, I think this is good. So, well, the first thing is if there is a packaging repository, I use git build package, gbp clone, and yeah, libhybris, this one. Ah, that's. Let's see. Are you comfortable with the midnight commander so I can browse more easily here? If not, so it's working like change directory. So I will explain. I will be hopefully able to explain all the stuff of the packaging and what is important, right? This seems to be more complex than necessary. I will try to simplify as much as possible because every package has a changelog file, right? The changelog file tells you about what have been done for the packaging, and because this is an old package, we start usually here. This is an initial release for Ubuntu, and at this state, assume we do time traveling, you would have started with this entry. This entry means every Debian package has a source package. You install the binary, and the source package is usually named like the project, libhybris, right? Then in the changelog, you have a version. A version is usually, you know these digits 0.1 point something. And all this is a specific thing. It is, well, if you packaging a certain git commit, just ignore it for the moment. In Debian, it would be -1. The first Debian packaging of this. And because there is no Debian package, Ubuntu starts with 0 and appends Ubuntu and Ubuntu version. So if a Debian package goes to Ubuntu and has version 1 or whatever, Ubuntu is attaching this to make different versions. It's extremely important that every binary package or every source package has a proper version which is distinct from other stuff, right? So sourcing will not happen in Debian. In Debian, it always be unstable. What means unstable? Unstable is, it sounds not so good on stable things. Unstable is the package pool in Debian is not fixed. It's moving. So if we do a stable release, then this is stable. But in this changelog entry, you always use unstable. That's easy. Urgency is usually medium. Forget this low. Urgency medium. Here you write always unstable, semicolon, urgency medium. Everything else is not important. Initial release is always when you start packaging. Everything else is there. And the changelog entry when you start is always initial release, because this changelog is not about the software. It could have many releases before. But you starting with the changelog for the packaging, it's always initial. Okay? This is the name of or the ID of the person, which consists of the name. If I would have created it, Andreas Tille at debian.org, this was something else, and you have a timestamp in a certain format. This is easy. So this is a changelog file, and you see it gets longer in the flow of packaging, whatever. This is not important for now. Then we have a control file. And the control file has also the very same name, like in the changelog file, under source. Source libhybris. Priority is for you always optional. If you are an expert, you can make higher priorities. Optional is the only relevant priority. Formerly, if there was extra, this is discontinuous, just use optional. Maintainer is also an ID, and the ID also would be here Andreas Tille. I go back because that's maybe it's interesting for you to the changelog, and usually the name of the changelog owner should match. We have somebody else than in the control file. This is very unusual in Debian, because it usually should match, or you should mention that it's a team upload, or this is a non-maintained upload, but this is more than we need to discuss today. Then we have build depends. If you create a Debian package, then you sometimes need other dependencies as the final package. For instance, you can include some tests, right? And then you have some test dependencies, which are not necessarily needed for the final package, but these are specifying build depends. And for the build depends, you also have these dev packages. Dev means development package. The resulting package will usually not depend from dev packages, because you are not developing. Dev packages are containing header files, are containing maybe a static library, and for Python, some Python libraries also. So it's very important to understand the difference between the dependencies of the final binary package and the build dependencies, because you need to build every Debian package in an environment which is not connected to the internet. You do this by using some tools. These tools are creating a change root environment, install all the build dependencies, and then say, cut off the cable to the internet and build. This is important to know, because we say that Debian should be able to build on an isolated island. So you have a Debian mirror, nothing else, install everything. So that's why if you fail specifying and build dependencies for the package, then you will not be able to build it. So you need to specify all these things. So what is standards versions? We have some we have a Debian policy which defines where what file should be placed upon. It's a complex document. You can read it, but you need to know it's the best idea to follow the latest standards version, which is currently 4.7.2 or something like this. It's okay to specify this one, but if you create a new package, follow the latest standards version. Then we have a section field. The section field can be different for the source package and for the above is source package, and this is the binary package which we will build. We have more of them. And if you, for instance, have a doc package, and you add to the binary package even section docs. But here we stick to libs. Then you have VCS Git and VCS browser. This is where I downloaded the package, which is git build package clone. And you should always mention this. And I'm very keen on it that if you build a package, then put it to salsa.debian.org. I write it down. You go to salsa.debian.org. This is our central server where we, in my opinion, should maintain all Debian packages. This is not reflecting the reality. We have some, for very different reasons, packaged somewhere else. But if you start with a new package, go to salsa.debian.org, create a login, join a team where you want to package something, and then you start. That's why we got it from somewhere else, a package. But this would be one of my first steps to create a login. But the drawback of using a different computer, I don't remember my login on Salsa, so I can't demonstrate this here. I'm hoping for Sunday to do this better, right? So we have, for instance, I just dive into this to show you what we have. We have, for instance, games team, right? And the games team has packaged a lot of games. The 0AD, you might know it, or whatever, 3D chess, blah, blah, blah. So the games team assembled all their packages there. And let's have a look in 3D game, 3D chess or so. And for example, you see here the files I've showed you, the changelog file, this control file, you can compare it. It looks the very same with the name. This is a team upload, which means the person here in line 10, the person who has uploaded it is not the official maintainer of the package, but he is working in the team, uploaded. And this looks very similar. And if they did it right, then in here in the end, you have initial, oops, I hope my computer, what I said, the initial release, this was the first chunk, right? At that time, it's also time traveling. Yeah, okay. This is the basic structure of a Debian changelog file. And the Debian control file is similar here. It's also, the source is large enough. Source 3D chess. This is section games, not libs, games. The maintainer is a games team. This is also something I'm very keen on, because you all might say, get a family, get children, have no time for Debian anymore, right? This is the best reason to leave Debian. Yeah, worst reason, but let's assume the best reason. So, and if you would put your name under maintainers and you don't do anything with it anymore, this is fine. You are a volunteer, this is perfectly fine. But I'm currently busy to assemble all these packages of maintainers, because in Debian is a rule. If your name is at maintainers, nobody else is really permitted to do something on the package. There are exceptions, blah, blah, blah. But to make sure that we stay sustainable and have redundancy in the maintainership, it's always a good idea to set a team as a maintainer, and then you come as uploaders. the person behind this package is an uploader, right? And so for my packages, usually it's maintainer Debian mid team, uploaders Andreas Tille, and in the best case, even more than one uploader. Because I will not get children anymore, but assume I start a new career at, well, I start collecting stamps instead of doing Debian, right? Some crazy idea it might be, and I enjoy collecting stamps so much that I don't work on it anymore. Then nobody will do it, but if somebody else is there and can take over, this is the best case. Okay, then we have here the build dependence. Standards version is a little bit higher as the other one. It's not necessarily that we have the latest standards version, but it's a good idea. And we have also tools which are doing this automatically for you. Maybe I'll show them. Then you have also VCS Git. As I said, Salsa, very important. And usually you also have a home page. This is missing on this package example, but I would add the homepage. This would be my first thing what I would do if I touch a new package and see, there is no homepage. Then I would say, let's do it to demonstrate it. We have actually the homepage, which is probably here, this thing. Well, the GitHub repository is kind of a homepage. The homepage is the most relevant URL for this specific software. And GitHub is quite stable. I've seen lots of packages which the homepage moved or so, but if you find it at GitHub, it can serve as a link where the user starts working. So this is what I would. Yeah.
Let's say there's a project from
Yeah.
historical ones. The page doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But there is an archive.org copy of it.
Very good. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. Web archive, seeks the latest one. Well, maybe I can dive into this on Sunday. I'm currently doing this called Bug of the Day thingy. Debian has a really cool database. It's called the unique, the ultimate Debian database, UDD, and you can query it. And I'm doing a query every day for packages that are not uploaded the last 5 years, that have a bug, have standards version less than 4, which means this is old, and there's another container, whatever. And so I get the old Debian packages. And 20% of them don't have a homepage anymore. Either never inserted or wrong. Sometimes you get a bug report about this or not. And then I do some research. Is this project moved to GitHub? Blah, blah, blah. And if I don't find anything, then I use Web Archive. And you find this. I can give you several examples where this is the case. So the homepage is always your best bet to get some information about this software. But this is a very good question. If you have questions, please interrupt me. This is a workshop, right? Please always interrupt me.
I've got another question.
Yeah.
For software heritage,
Yeah.
SWH, they are similar to not archive, but similar to
Yeah.
Would a link from there suffice in this case? I have not checked that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Either
yes.
one or both. Can you put two?
No, one homepage. You could put this, there is some other file, readme.debian. Then you could put extra, this is a free form text file, and then you could put any information that is relevant. Right? So this was a homepage thing. So yeah. There's also but this is more advanced. Good hint, yes. So I'm now here. I will edit this. So this is homepage. So now I did the change. And in a new package, I would not create a new changelog entry. But this is not a new package. I will continue packaging. So I do the following. So I go to this main directory and I say DCH. It is step helper changelog. And I'm not a maintainer, so I say do a non-maintainer upload, NMU. Enter. And so this creates a new changelog entry with my ID, marks it clearly that I'm not a maintainer, and then I say add home page. So this is my first changelog entry. I see, say, dep commit minus A, and this is doing the commit, and I just delete this. I just added a new home page and had git log says me I did the first change in git, and the change was diff git diff minus. Oops, there's I don't know.
You don't need give, just give show.
Show. Yeah. So this is, I like these things in workshops because I'm learning possibly even more than you. Okay. So we have fixed the home page now. And I continue with the control file. So we have now a home page. In my opinion, it's extremely important. So, and this is about the binary package. Now we have not the best example for an initial workshop, right? I tell it in advance. We have always get something new when we do this, but I try to explain at least the basics. We have a source package section. This is ending here. Now we go to the package section. Package, I don't know what this package is doing. I'm sorry. So it got the binary package name. This is what you finally install. So then you specify the architectures where this is running. In most cases, DHMake is creating all this for you. Someone else created it now. Otherwise, you are using DH-make. You run it, you get something that looks like this, but very similar. But maybe more simple. Sorry, maybe more simple. We are today a little bit more brave and do it the hard way. Are you happy about this? Also, oh no, please no. Okay. Nobody says no. Good, it's your fault. Architecture. Usually here is any. Any architecture means Debian is supporting a lot of architectures. I think 8 or 9 are officially and 15 or so in all in total, which are Alpha, HPUX or so. These are not official, but if you specify any, it will be built automatically for any of these architectures. The person who has created this package restricted the architectures to these for whatever reason. Most probably it will not run on Alpha or MIPS or so. And for this reason, this is restricted. So the message is use any. Normally use any for architecture. And if something, there is a good reason to that it's not working anywhere, then you need to explicitly specify the architectures. So the alternative is architecture all. All means you have documentation package, or you have, say, Python package, which is has no architecture dependent parts, or Perl, Java. So then you use architecture all. If you look closely to the Debian packages you have installed on your computer, you have in the binary package name this all, or in most cases AMD64, which is in most cases the architecture you run in. If people are on a Raspberry Pi, they have all and AMD64, ARM64 or something like this, right? This is the meaning, because if you have architecture, then you have for every architecture one binary package. If you have all, then you have only one. Okay. Here we have depends. These are the real depends of the binary packages, not mixing up with the build depends. Depends are the dependencies of the binary package. And here's the first thing, which is really easy. You don't need to specify them in most cases. It's automatically calculated by the helper. The helper is your friend, and the helper doing, in most cases, everything right. For instance, it will fill in these cases all the dependencies. Can demonstrate this maybe 3D. Excuse me, it's louder. Yes, I can do so. I show you, we had the example 3D chess. Apt show 3D chess. So we have depends here, libc in a specific version, libx11.6, libxbm4, and these are the dependencies of the real package 3D chess. Now we have the packaging 3D chess, Debian control 3D chess. So you see 3D chess dependencies are also MISC depends, SSH lib depends. And the build system just does everything for you, which resolves to these final things. SSH libs depends, SSH libs, this is shared libraries, blah, blah, blah. It's checking the resulting binary, what is linking against, and filling in all this. With versions depends. MISC depends is more simple, but in the specific case, it was probably empty, but these are the depends which you can see here, right? All this stuff. When I started with packaging, I had to fill in all this stuff manually. So the Debian packaging became way, way more easy over the years, right? So this is the meaning of this depends, which was here, this line. So yeah, please don't be disturbed by this more package sections, right? This is because this software splits up over more. The normal case for you is you have one source package building one binary package. As I said, this is a more complex example. You didn't stop me in explaining it, so it's your fault. Then we have a description for every binary package. We have a short description, which is a one-line thing, and which also keep in mind to say package libandroid properties 1 is a library to provide access to get, set, and list Android properties. You have this sentence in mind. You don't end it with a dot because the sentence is in mind, and you don't tell the beginning libandroid is something, but you have in mind this short description is prepending this, okay? And then you have the long description. The long description is starting with a blank, always with a blank. And if you want to have more paragraphs, you have a one-line blank dot. And then you can add paragraphs. There's also something. So these are details. And you see this repeats over and over. And you should make sure that the short description and long description are not repeating each other. So the first one is the library to provide. The next one is development headers, blah, blah, blah. This is, as I said, complex. But in principle, you are now done with the Debian control file. Questions for the Debian control file? Yes?
Because I can see here, it's doing the split, usually you don't install the plugins individually, so is the split done per library or it's like per library?
It depends. As I said, 3D chess, one source has one binary. For libraries, usually, in most cases, you have this libmedia like this, or this libandroid properties. This is the shared library where other packages are depending from. And you have the development package, -def. The development package is usually called -def. And the library with the shared library has a zoname attached. That's the meaning of the one. libandroid properties 1. So if you have a new Zo version, you need to invent a new binary name, say libandroid properties 2. This makes sure that you later on can install libandroid properties 1 and libandroid properties 2 in parallel on your resulting system. And they have no file conflicts, and you can use both shared libraries as long as these are needed. Very random, very rare, not very frequently used, but possible. And the development library should be, in very most cases, not with the Zo version, but you are just using the latest one. This is the normal case. There are rare exceptions. Is this answering your question? Good. So this was for the control file. So we now go to the rules file. Debian developers are smiling now at me. I explain you why later. Oh, this is a complex rule file. Well, I go to the 3D chess rules file, right? Because it can be really simple. It can be really, really simple. Like, this is more complex than needed. What you really need is this line. It has user bin make because it's a make file. It's just a make file. And then you need line 5 and 6. And that's usually all. Line 5 means use DH for everything. And this source directory just means, yeah, it's really sources in this directory, but this is everything you need in, say, 80, maybe 90% of all packaging. This is for beginners. This is easy. This does everything. And if everything needs to have slight adjustments, then you can say, well, the DH is doing auto install, which is actually make install. This is the Debian word for make install. You could write here make install, it's fine. But this is overridden by override DH auto make install, DH auto install by bindir equals to this one. Because if normally DH install installs to some default location, but if the upstream make file wants some bindir set, then you can do it that way. Install change logs is also simple because if upstream provides a file change logs, it's automatically installed. If upstream has a different name for their change log, you specify it. So this is, I think this is a simple one. here is some extra information. There's some hardening options. This is optional. So for the beginners, you get from Linjian a warning what to do later, but this is not for this workshop. So, and just to have a short look here, they're doing a flat pack thingy, they're doing a lot of other things. I will not dive into this. Yeah, it is probably doing way, way more than necessary and not good. But you see here in the last line, they are also doing DH, this one, right? They're doing the very same with override, blah, doing something, blah. You can forget this one. This is default. Now you can, this can be, if I would remove this phrase, the same result would be the same. And they have also sorting hypos. So this is for the rules file. The rules file is in principle where you put your own intelligence. The control file is, well, going upstream, seek for the description, put in the description, right? Everything else is more or less, yeah. And the rules files is actual work. As I tried to explain, in most cases it is very easy because you just specify DH. And in other cases, yeah, you need some more work to do. This is where your intelligence comes in. Then they do not have a watch file. Watch file is, let's see here, what watch file is. I hope that 3D chess was also a random pick from me, as I have a watch file. This is good. What is a watch file? The watch file looks at the upstream place where upstream is providing their source code. Here is upstream, blah, blah, blah. And then you have finally a regular expression. Braces, what's around things. And this is where the version is encoded. And if upstream is providing a new version, there's a tool which is called uscan, which checks upstream side, there's a new version, downloads a new version. So you get it. And the home page and the watch file, this is what I'm very, very keen on, because if the home page is missing, this is just sucks. And if the watch file is not there, then all these Debian tools will not notice that there's a new version. I have my ID in Debian in more than 1,000 packages. How should I manually check every day 1,000 web pages? This is not possible. I need some sentinel who tells me in package A, B, and C there are new versions, you need to care for it. And this is done automatically if you provide this watch file. And so this is very important. And as I said in this bug of the day, I'm fixing the home page for 50%, and I'm also fixing the watch file or adding the watch file for 50%. I'd show you, for instance, there is tracker.debian.org. This is an interesting URL in any case, and you can append 3D chess. And then you see some information about this package. So here you see the home page, right? And if there would be a new version, then here you would see, there's a new version available. It's not because 3D chess is most probably not developed anymore, so there is no new version. But if there would be a new version, then you get it there. There are other sentinels which tell you where to do. But this is the main reason why I'm so picky about having up-to-date meta information. Yeah, for instance, yesterday I mentioned popularity contests. I show this. We will not proceed much more. So the 3D chess was mostly played in 2008 and 2010, and now they are probably better. So this is meta information. Yes, I explained it yesterday in my talk. So the thing is, if you install Debian, there is in the installer at some point in time a question, do you want to provide data to PopCon? The default is no. Please set it to yes, and then we get this information. And if we have the information, we take more care for the packages which are frequently used than packages that are not so frequently used. Well, the thing is, this information is very privacy secure, so we do not submit any IP address or so. There is an GeoID generated for your machine, and then the number of packages or the packages you have will be submitted, I think, once a day or so. We are running out of time. Is this okay for you if I take longer to put? So for me, it's okay. So you tell when you are hungry or so. Yeah. So for me, it's okay, but in 1 hour or so, we have, right? Excuse me, please.
You also have stats from the running machines, like not only from the installer.
We have the stats are from the running, and the stats are even so. The PopCon is checking what executable was really executed. This is the difference. So if I show you, it's only, so you can say vote. Vote is actually the interesting data, because vote means this executable was really touched. So a lot of people have installed it, but these people have actually used it. Yeah, this is a big difference. I personally care only for vote. I have done for the Debian Med and all the other plans, I've written a framework, but I put only the vote PopCon on the thing, because we have, say, we have Debian Games has meta packages. Meta packages say, install me all the board games. Right, 3D chess is a board game, but I don't know about the name, but so you have installed it. Great for the PopCon, but yeah, we want to know the real usage, right? And so we can only know if people confirm, yes, it's okay to provide PopCon. It's not possible for us to track you down, but we have the default of the highest privacy. So the default is no, and please change it to yes. Also, my institute has the policy, no data out of my institute. So we do not even know how many people provide their data to PopCon. It is only 1% of the users. It is, we don't know if 1% is too high. So we don't know who is using Debian. But if you do this, you can help us. So this was some non-packaging related X-course. It's about the metadata. You have, so on Tracker, you get, well, just let's write a watch file for your library to demonstrate how to do this. What I'm doing personally for the watch file, now we come to the Debian Med project, is yeah, I'll show you what you do when you don't have text, right? This is a good hint. You know something? Yes, I will come to this. So, debian.org, Med team. In the Med team, we have some subject directory community, and there is a packaging template. This is how I usually package software, because I'm learning always from examples. That's why I'm doing the workshop. Here's an example. I'm doing like this. And here I have an example Debian directory, which I usually copy. It has some more. And this has a lot of examples for watch file expressions. This is The normal version equals to 4 is use it. Version equals to 4, easy. This is a general example downloads, blah, blah, blah. Here is the regular expression. You can simplify things by package, which is resolved by the package name. You can write it, this is, okay. So what is, this is an expression for SourceForge packages. You can just copy this and you are done in most cases, maybe. So then we have, if for the case we have text, right? I'm copying this line. I'm very comfortable with this keyboard. Let's see. So VI, as I said, version equals to 4. So I don't know why it's so. So this is the template. For the watch file, you can add some options. I will just tell you this option makes sure that the downloaded tarball will have the same name as the expected tarball. GitHub is usually putting v version.tar gz. If you have more than one project, you might override by v version, which has nothing to do with each other. And then the thing is, this file name can be changed to regular expression package name, blah. This is the detail. You can read it, just telling it. And then you have the URL github.com, and then you know that we usually are using text, right? And yes, this, I try it, and then we see it will fail because of this, but we are doing so. But what you can always do if the project is not doing text, open an issue, please use text. The Debian maintainer has also the duty to talk to upstream and in teaching upstream what is good style. And good style is to add text, right? Please take this as a message. It's not about only the technical thing, but talk to the people and try to apply them the means that are helpful for Debian, but also for others, right? How can I know what random commit is the one I want to run on my machine? So this is difficult. Okay. So this is what we are usually doing. Let's see. So here we use text backslash no. Yeah, so you specify, usually we hope that your upstream has text and some regular expression, which finally gives you the tag as a version. And then we store this watch file, and then we run, we go to the directory below the Debian directory, and then uscan -- verbose. Verbose means uscan is a program which scans the watch file, goes to the web page, checks, and uscan says, oh, there is no matching pattern here because they have no text, right? If they would have text, I think it seems not developed so actively. It would probably tell you your package is up to date, and then you are done, right? If they don't have text, we can use Git mode. Git mode is downloading the latest commit and compares it with the version. We create a version from Git mode, and actually the maintainer did so, since if you look at the changelog file, there is this version which would be comparable to the text 0.1.0, and then plus Git with the date. It is 2020 is a year, it's the month, the day, and I would usually include also the commit, because if upstream has more than one commit per day, then this only the date is not sufficient. And I'm not sure if my template, yeah, at 6. Okay. Then I would rather stop here, because so I just provide the message. You can include this latest Git commit. Uscan is perfectly working in Git mode, and you can also base your packaging on a certain Git commit. And Uscan will tell you, there's a new commit you could consider packaging, or it's up to date, and so. And this is very good. Last thing I need to say, because it's wrapping up. Now we come to the boring part. People will not like me if I tell so, but it's not the most challenging thing of Debian package, but it's important. It's really important. We need to make sure that the software we are packaging is free software, because in Debian we have only free software, right? And to check this, we have a Debian copyright file, and it has a certain structure. The first paragraph is self-explaining. This is a format. You have an upstream name and the source where you got the source. And then you have files, and in the most easy case, you have files, asterisk, and then all files have one copyright holder, one license. And then you can specify something that derives from this, blah, blah, blah. And then finally, as I said, it's a complex package. In the end, okay, yeah, most probably one copyright is wrong. So usually you should also specify the copyright of the Debian packaging. Yes, we are short in time here, right? The copyright file is important. It's just not such a technical challenge. It's reading, it's grabbing for the term copyright in your source tree. There is a tool, LRC, which is more or less checking automatically, which is very helpful. So there are some tools. The tools are not perfect, but really helpful. If you'd like to join me on Sunday, I will go more into detail. So, but we need to stop here. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. No, it's okay. That's fine. You just gave me permission to work longer, and I will check your. Yeah, I just write down and check with them. Yeah. Fine.